Well, then I would say hello. I hope audio is fine as such. It should work. People should be able to hear me. The sound shouldn't be too loud. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen. A bit of history. I started with a Logitech G913, which I didn't like from layout wise. Then I started buying me a Keychron K6, which we see here. From then on, I bought it with blue switches, Keychron blue, as far as I know. Switched to black ones. Didn't also like it. Then, because layout is fine but not perfect, I also purchased my Keychron K8, which I will mod later on. So, camera setup flipped a bit there. So, basically, my plan in the future is to use my Keychron K8 with the pudding keycaps and some switches I bought. These are the Celius 65 grams. These are tactile switches, which I really like. But I thought to get used to it, I'm first going to mod the K6, for which I have bought some stuff in China, as like everybody else. We have some loops, we have station for the key, for the switches, Krytox loop, we have some stabilizers, we have some switch films, and so on. I don't really know how to use them, so we're gonna find it out today. For the keycaps, I bought these ones. I really do like them. I don't really like that they aren't like the double shot, so the light from the LEDs won't shine through, but that's okay. It's ISO layout, which is very important for me. Which, by the way, it's really fucked up. So, as you may know, I live in Switzerland. So we not only have the problem that we use the ISO layout instead of the ANSI ones from the USA, we also have a very special layout with the umlauts and what have you seen. And it's a so small market that you basically don't find any good Swiss layout keycaps. And that sucks. But, well, you shouldn't. I mean, it doesn't matter what's on the keys because you should know them. Should. Well, we're gonna see. So, first step, I think we're gonna try to open this puppy up. So we we have on the side here? Smaller one. Oh, please, God, don't let it stop here. Tell me I have the right ones. Yes, good. I don't know, but I really like those steel frames or aluminum or whatever it is. I mean, you could basically paint them, color them in a different color if you like. So I quite like it that you can remove them. So, I mean, it wouldn't be that necessary to remove them, but I think it's better to handle the keyboard. Makes it much lighter. You could also use them without, if you fancy so. But yeah. So then, first step. Oh, by the way, I'm maybe gonna do a second part if I fancy. If it goes too long, if I grow bored, if I don't care anymore. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen. For the prices of all this, I mean, the switches I bought for my Key 8, the silliest ones, they're fucking expensive. They're like $1 a switch. So for my Key 8, which is a 10 keyless layout, I had to buy around, what was it, 108 switches? So yeah, $108 for just one keyboard. Don't know if it's worth it. We're gonna see. I guess it's quite time consuming. It's quite a lot of work. But we're gonna go through it. Oh, maybe, is it too late already? Yeah, I mean, I can't say if this is bad or good. I just know how it sounds now. And these are the blacks, so it's still quite loud. Here I have some blues. But yeah, we're gonna see how it turns out. So if you have any questions, you can just write them in chat, or you can write a comment, and I may be able to answer your questions. As you may have heard from my accent, I'm not a... English isn't my mother tongue, let's say it that way. I also understand German, so if you want to ask your questions in Deutsch, dann könnt ihr das ruhig tun. Or Swiss German. I will guess that looping the switches will be a fuck ton of work. I will estimate that we're gonna use about maybe 3 hours. And yes, as you maybe can say, my setup is quite improvised, so if you hear any man, words are hard. Any noise, like now from the street, from the tram running by the window, I'm sorry. So, it's always very nice. I mean, the first thing I used to do when I get a keyboard, even at work or in school or whatever, was to clean it. And I cleaned this like 4 weeks ago. And again, it's just filled with stuff and hairs. It's quite disgusting, to be honest. But it's my own filth, so I don't care. So now, let's see here. I think I should have some tools here, which, as you see in your typical keycap puller, we have some stem holder, which should come in handy when we loop the stuff. And this one should be the switch remover, which looks quite handy. I mean, Keychron gives you one too, but it's such a pain in the ass to use that thing. Here. That's what you get from Keychron. And this is quite a pain in the ass to use. Ugh. I don't like it. So, maybe better luck with this. Let's start at the edge. Oh, so smooth, so easy. Honestly, that's like the best dollar I ever spent on a Chinese merchant. So much better, easier. Okay, top row seems to be quite hard. The space is quite limited on the top row because of the lip. So that's gonna maybe be a bit harder. Basically, the gist is you have these hooks, And then you basically get into the top and the bottom of the switch, push it in, and pull out. This is the so-called hot swappable keyboard, because as you can see, I can just pull out the switches. In earlier models of mechanical keyboards, they usually soldered onto the board. But nowadays, it's quite common to have a keyboard with hot swappable switches. So I wouldn't buy one that isn't hot swappable. I mean, if it's like the keyboard of your life and there isn't anything else, but the moment you pay like more, like $150, $100 for a keyboard, look that it is hot swappable. Because you never know. Maybe sometime, just sitting at home, bored, thinking about your life, I think, I should get some new switches. So, that's a hard one too here. Between the, let's see how I will get that one out. As always, it seems that taking it apart is the easy part of the job. We're gonna see how it will work when we put it together. Oh, and also, I never opened a switch in my life. So there's quite a good chance that I'm going to break one or two. But we will see, we will see. It's really stupid, the clip here. It isn't what I would call good engineering. But I can handle it. Should be fine. Come on, get in there. I'm not quite set on if I should stay on the black switches or if I should loop the blue ones and put them back in. So we're gonna see. Also, I may need to look up a guide how to loop them. I know that inside of the switch is a spring which you're gonna loop with an oil, and then I think the top and bottom part of the switches need to be looped at the edges where they basically touch each other and slide on. So it shouldn't be that easy, not that hard, let's say it that way, to figure it out. Now, where did I put the other key puller now? So this one is quite hard to reach. How did I do that in the first place? Did I just yank it out? Okay, that's one way to do it. Just yank it. So now, I know that there are quite a lot of people who also mod the underside of the keyboard. They basically are filling it out. I did buy for the key 8. So between the top layer here and the PCB, there is a bit of space. And I bought words are hard. This stuff. How do you call it in English again? Ah, I don't care. Well, basically just pre-stamped form to fill in. And yeah, I think that should be enough. But for here, we're gonna see. So now let's see if we can open up this baby a little bit more. Do I need? I don't think I can. Oh, that's gonna be a surprise. So the stabilizers, there are, as far as I read it, 2 kinds. One which you just put in, and they're being held by the frame, by the top frame. And there are others which you screw down to the board, to the PCB. I don't know which one I have here, so let's hope I bought the right ones. And any more screws? This one, this one, this one. So I don't know if I'm gonna make a big cut of this video or if I just leave it in a raw form, but I'm probably just gonna leave it in raw form. Ooh, okay. It looks like. Ooh, nice. So this is the battery. Come on. I really hate those. Come on. It seems we encountered our first boss. Possible location where we're gonna destroy this whole board. I do have some friends who are quite handy in soldering, so it should be possible to repair it if I fuck it up here. press down on the switch? Or... Yeah, no. So yeah, basically what I could do is slice this up and fill it up here. So that should give a bit of dampening, which should improve the sound. I could try that. Yeah, why not? Let's try that later on. And here we have, that's the switch, okay. Yeah. This is basically the switch outside here. I need to see that I don't lose that. Let me see, let me grab some more tools. 1 second. So I'm back. I got some scissors, make them handy, and to show you what I talked about earlier. This is the thing that I bought for the Key 8, which, as far as I know, should go in between this top layer and the PCB. So now let's see, how do we... So what I can tell from looking at this is that the stabilizers aren't screwed in. So they should just come off. The question is, oh, I see. There's one screw. There's another one. So 2 more screws. Ooh, quite fine ones. Or is it something special? No, should be normal. That feels better. Yes. Much better. Okay. Okay, just some big heads on those screws. No washers. That's good. Part less we could potentially lose. Oh man, don't tell me. Okay, that's one way to do it. Yes, okay. Let's see. This screw just looks like we fucked it up. Fuck. Let's see if I can fix this. No, that's a screw out of pure Chinesium. That one just fucked itself up. Maybe I can unscrew it that way. It doesn't look like it. Where's Bob when you can need him? Okay, so I guess we can say that the screw fucked me over. Are there any tips on like getting stuck screws? It just doesn't grip anymore. Well, now what we gonna do? What do we gonna do? Let's try the Yankee method. Yeah, that screw just fucked me over. Okay. Then let's see if we are able to get those out. How are we gonna get them out? I guess I'm gonna need to squeeze them. It looks like. Or it doesn't. Now this is a point where I think I should have watched a guide. But because I didn't, I'm damned to try this out. So I do see a snap there, which I can push in. Oh, wait. Ah, there's movement. Got it. Okay. That's one less problem. So now that I found out how to get them out, let's do that. Now, the $1,000,000 question is, will I remember how to put them in? And am I able to switch this one out when I can't lose that screw? That is a really good question. Let's see if I have some finer tools to fuck this screw up. How about ooh. Now is the time to bet if I destroy this keyboard. But that's also the reason why I wanted to try it on the K6 first. So I will see what I'm going to have to do on the K8. Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. This screw just fucked me over. have my power tool here. Nope, not gonna happen. That screw fucked me over. Well, okay. So let's see. What we gonna do now? Anyway, let's see stabilizers. How do we? Okay, yeah, that's how we get them out. Okay, so those don't look like they're looped or anything. And this one does, but not really much. So the question is, do I need to loop them? So okay, put it in there. Okay. Let's see what you're gonna do about this. I think it's time to cheat. Music stopped for whatever reason. Let's see. Okay. So, first thing. So, apparently, those used to have little bumps on them, which you should cut off, but there are none, so that should be a good sign. Should. Now, the question is, which of those am I going to use? Wait, are those basically the same? What the fuck? Oh, no, that's 0, 0, and that's 0. Okay. So the GO, that's this one. So we should. Ooh, yeah. Slimy. Or should I say oily? So now the idea is oh, I see. That's quite clever. You can't put them in the wrong way because there's a little notch on this edge here. I don't probably won't see it, but that's fine. I see it. That's enough. So we're gonna pick up the brush. Then I'm going to put a little bit here on the side. And that should be basically enough for that. Put it back in here. On the right side. So now this one we quite so now who's already cringing of what I do here? Good, good. I imagined it would be quite more difficult. Notch, notch. Very well. And then put it in there. So, one to go. bit much on the pencil. So as far as I heard, there is something which is called too much loop. But to be honest, since I don't know the difference between no, a bit, and too much loop, I'm gonna see what's happened. Guess that's what they meant with too much. I mean, so far it's easier than I thought. But I have quite a feeling it's going to change sooner or later. Yeah, like that. Ah. So. Okay. So since I can't this one out, yeah, I really can't get this one out. That's a shame. But well, maybe that's good for before and after. So the question is, was the bar on the down or the upside? I guess that one is quite wrong. Okay, so let's do first thing first. Put that on the top again. And put this up on the side. So we won't fuck it up. Now. I'm gonna guess it was on the top. That's quite hard to put in. I don't feel very good. Huh? Yeah, it's much more like it. That very much feels more like it. Okay, I see. Or at least I think I see. Oop. That's it. Ha! Made it. At least I think so. So which was it? Downside. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, quite obvious. Wait, did I? Thank God, it's quite easy to fix. So, step back in. So now, one other question is, I do have some films, which as far as I see, should be placed ooh. So yeah, they should be placed underneath them. It's something I can figure out on the Key 8. I'm not gonna bother with it right now. So, to the side. $2 more to the waist. Yeah. So. Let's put this screw back in. Okay. Oh, wow, this is quite. Wow, this is quite the difference. Doesn't feel right. I mean, do you see that? How big the gap is here compared to here? That's quite a lot. Oh, no. Okay. So that's why. Now it should be better. God damn it. I need another screwdriver. Maybe one from lttstore.com. Okay. So let's see. Now, let us see if we can. First of all, get the dirt out. Now, cut this foam in a way that it will fit. Okay. Quite okay. Now these screws. They're basically just standoffs, right? Now, do they touch the PCB? Because then I maybe need to shorten them. Oh. Yeah. So either I'm going to cut around the battery, because I don't think there is too much space between. Again, it's quite thin. It should be okay. Let's see. Trim this a bit off. Yes, I know it's chunky, but it's my first, so I don't care. Back in the battery. Let's see if it fits. Ooh. 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 That doesn't really feel good. That's quite springy. Maybe I should cut around those. Let's try not to puncture the battery. Yeah, and probably need to cut out around the battery. Maybe gonna be better. Yeah, it's quite a bulk around the battery, so probably they're gonna cut it out. does feel much better on the right side. Still a bit bulky on the left, so yeah. So now let's see. Yeah, looks way better. Yeah, much better. It still feels a bit springy, but much better. So I should now try. To screw in at least these tools. To see. Yeah, feels like it's still working. Oh, and it does still work. That's a good sign. That's a very good sign. That's a sign which I'm very much pleased. Now let's see. We're here for like an hour and 10 minutes, okay? And we didn't even start with the switches. Oh, yes. That's gonna be a great afternoon. So let's see. Now there should be a few more screws here. One more to be precise. I don't see it right now, which is a problem. A small one, but problem nonetheless. There it is. Now, let's see. So we put in some foam in the bottom, and the keyboard still works. We looped 2 of the stabilizers. And I think I made a mistake. No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah. No, it's everything's fine. Everything's fine. Now, let's see. Now here we have the Chinese called a Lubing station, which as far as I see is just a piece of acrylic plastic, which is quite burned on this side here. That doesn't look nice. Don't know if it's from the processing or if it's meant to be like that, but it doesn't look nice. Well, I mean, to be fair, I paid like, I don't know, a few bucks on this, so should be clear why it doesn't look that good. So apparently the peel should be the best, but I don't think that it is the best part. Oh, this one came off quite nicely. Wait. Are those stints still in? Are you kidding me? Yeah. Of course. This is really... Oh man. Or is it tape? No. I think it is really just burnt acrylic from the processing. Yeah. Sucks, but it is what it is. So, that to the side. next thing I need is probably gonna be so now let's see. So we managed to put in the foam into the bottom part, which is nice. And now we're gonna see. Now we have some selection of blue and black switches. So now those are all Keychron switches, as far as I know. And as you can hear, these are clicky ones, and the blacks are basically like red ones, but without, or should I say, a bit more, a heavier spring in it. I thought I'm gonna quite like it, but I'm not really sure, so I don't know if looping them will bring any betterment or not. So, as far as the tools go, I mean, to be fair, you don't need something like this. It's quite unnecessary in my eyes, but heck, I bought it. As I said before, we're probably gonna use stem holder, and we're gonna use this one, which is a switch opener. Now, seeing that, I would say it goes in. So that doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right too. Ooh. Okay. So now we have the different parts, which is the spring itself, top of the case, the stem. Let's put it in there. And the bottom. Come on. Okay, so now, as far as I know, we need to loop this part here on the inside. We need. Do we need to loop anything in the top half of it? I wouldn't say so, but we definitely gonna need. Now this is where stem holder comes in. Just like that. Yeah. We're gonna need to loop basically, I think, the whole thing. I guess somebody once said that to not loop the stem on the inside, it apparently can make them feel mushy. What are we gonna see? So So now, as far as I see, I would say let's just open up a few switches and then let's see how we go on from that. Let's open up some black switches and some of the blues. So now there are also some switches which are called Frankenstein switches, which basically do what I'm doing here. You take two kinds of switches, open them, and then, for example, if you want blues with a bit of a heavier spring, you can open up the black ones, switch the springs, and live a happy life, but it would be quite stupid to do that. Since if you want heavier blues, then you can just get some. Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. Okay, that may be part of the clicky mechanism. Interesting. Now let's still mix up those springs. Let's loop one then. Now and then we're gonna see. So now, best practice as far as I remember. So now for the spring, we're gonna need the oil. And we're gonna put a little bit in the back. A few triplets. And then just put in shake them in the back. Massage them a little bit. They earned it. Now, obviously, you should do it like with a few more than me right now, but since we want to see a quick result, we're gonna do it that way. Probably gonna need a tweezer. Before we pull them out, let's see. Now we're gonna take the loop, loop. So let's clean this bottle a bit. So now, as we said, I'm gonna pick up a little bit of oil and then gonna loop the inside of is bottom piece on the switch. So I would say a little bit on there. So then I'm gonna cheat a bit here. Put that one in here. So now loop the sides. Loop back here. So it really doesn't need much. Let's see. Maybe a little bit more. So now to reassembly. That doesn't seem right. That seems right here. Okay. The age-old question. Oh, I forgot. I do have, first of all, music. I have some fins. To be honest, I don't really know the effect of those with almost anything I do, like right now. So guess we're gonna find out. Maybe I'm gonna do a few with and a few without. So now this is so It's basically this. So you put that on here. Am I doing it right? I hope so. Probably someone random in the comments will tell me later on. Oop. As you can see, it's quite easy to lose parts. So let's see. Et voila. So an unlooped one. And the looped one. Sound wise, I mean, the silence one, so. It does feel a bit better, but not by a much. I mean, would I be able to? Yeah, I guess when you slowly push them, you can feel that it has a bit less resistancy. Especially like the first millimeter, you quite can feel if it is looped or not. Does make a difference, I have to say. It doesn't feel so. This one, the unlooped one, does feel pretty rough. The first 1 or 2 millimeters. Though this one feels quite nice. I have to say, it does feel quite nice. This one is a looped one. This one is the unlooped. Now let's loop a blue one. Put in the spring, massage it a little bit. Leave it in there for the moment. Put the blue one. Let's put it on the inside a little bit. Here. I don't know if that is really a good idea to loop the contacts, but well, we're gonna see. Put on the stem holder. And do the same here. Put on the side. Let's see. How this will feel. Let's hope that it won't have lost its feelings. So, once again, reassembly. Take the spring, put it in the looped bottom. I guess it doesn't matter on which way the spring goes on. It would be quite strange if it would matter. Huh. So, put on. Oh, wait. Nearly forgot. The fancy film. So, so now let's see. The unlooped one. And the looped one. Wow. Did I loop away the click? It's basically a silent switch now. Like what? What the heck? So is that what I call overlooping? Hmm. That's really, really interesting. You can immediately hear which one is looped and which isn't. But I really do question if I overlooped it. It's like really, it's quite different. Yeah, I think I just overlooped my switches. That is interesting. Hmm. Okay, that's interesting. Now let's try a second one. Come on. Open up. So let's now let's see. What can I do to prevent that? Okay, basically just try with less. Same positions, but less. So the rails. So now let's not loop the leaves this time. Just loop the rails. Now what we gonna do? What we gonna do? Let's really try to as little as possible on these ones now. And let's see if it makes a difference. So now assembly time. Put it in there. Come on. Put on the film. So, now unlooped switch. Less looped switch. Ah, okay. And the overlooped switch. Wow. That's crazy. I absolutely can overloop those fuckers. Damn it. Overlooped. Bit loop. And no loop. And you absolutely can feel the difference. I think it even still could use less. Wow, that's crazy. Now I'm interested. What if I only loop the spring? Now let's take a blue one. I put it on the whoop. Hello. So whoop. Let's just take out the spring. Just for shits and giggles. I really want to see what happens. Boop. There it flies off. So now the unlooped one. Another one only with the looped spring. That didn't do very much. Honestly, I can't tell the difference. I already forgot which one is which, so I would say this one feels a bit more, how should I describe that? More scratchy? This one doesn't. It feels more smooth. Still very a heavy resistance. I mean, unlike the mid-looped one. This one feels right free. This one is basically, it's really overlooped. It's just broken, to be honest. Yeah, I really, 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 really need to put in way less. But only looping the spring doesn't really do much. Yeah, really, I would guess this one is with the loop spring. Does feel a bit more. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I really can't say. It's quite hard. Let's take another loop. No, I would guess this one is the one with the looped. It does feel crispier. Like the pushback on you bottom out, the pushback feels heavier. Oh wait, that's so hard to tell. I really can't say. I really can't tell the difference. So only looping this spring, not really the thing to do. I think with the click, it feels to me like now after those 2 or 3 that I looped, so it's like not not a big experience to go off from. But I would say that it's really quite good to just loop the rail and maybe the sides, but just I would even go as far and say just loop the rail, because I mean the rail's gonna loop the stem automatically. So if you really want to be sure to not over loop it, then just loop the rail, I would say. And now the spring is gone. Somewhere. It doesn't matter. I have enough, but that's really strange. I wouldn't have thought that it would make that much of a difference. I always thought like the biggest change in sound would only come from like phoning, like putting in foam or taping the PCB, but not like from the actual looping from the switch. But as you can see, you can loop a clicky to a linear. Wow, that's crazy. I'm baffled. So it's gonna be really important when I'm gonna loop those Celias that I really, really, really don't overdo it. If at all. Like I think I'm more likely I will just use them as they are and just mod the keyboard first, like with the foam and all this that stuff. Then look like if it still could use some betterment, then maybe I'm gonna loop the switches. Man, that's tough. That's really tough. But well, let's keep on. I think I'm going back to the blue switches. So let's take these. Put it back there. Let's put this one there. So these are already looped. These aren't. Now let's see if I still have all the blue switches. Since I have basically mixed them up in this box with the black ones. So the blue ones there. These I think are basically all blue ones. So I really see how you can spend just a whole day looping a fucking keyboard. So much work. There's some more blues. These are all black ones. Yeah. Seems like it. So. Quite more work than I thought it gonna be. Let's open up switches. Switches. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be the boring part. Opening up 80 plus switches. Not gonna give much content. Well, we're gonna see how far I can go before I die. Dum, dum, dum. Do get the feeling that it's gonna kill my fingertips at some point. Oh wait. Amanda? Ooh. Okay. I think they're meant to be pushed in like that, and you basically can loop them while they're on the board. That looks like a job for somebody with OCD. At least somebody else than me. But heck. Oh, and yes, I was reluctant to switch keyboards for a long time, since I'm a huge simp for 10 key block. But what I found was that it's pretty easy to get like something like this. It's just a 10 key block over, I think it's radio. It's not Bluetooth, but so you can easily have like a small 10 keyless board or whatever you want, and just have this by the side. And if you need it, just turn it on, use it, turn it off. So yeah, I think that's quite handy, especially if you don't have a lot of room on your desk. I mean, that's not something. It's not something that's bothering me. I have quite a large desk, but yeah. Just to keep in mind if you ever want to get small form keyboard. And yes, there are fuck tons of possible forms and layouts. It's like the 10 keyless and I think the 60%, 75, 80, whatever, and some even call it by the count of the keys, which is also not very standardized, and it can be quite a jungle if you want to buy keycaps, for example, and you have like ducky keyboards, for example, the small ones do have some proprietary layout, which like only they use, so it can be pretty hard to find some keycaps to switch them. Which I also had for a small amount of time. I had a ducky keyboard, which I sold later on because yeah, I really didn't like it. I mean, one of the small problems, like special use cases I have, is that although I need or I want a smaller keyboard, I still need a numlock key since I'm using a Logitech G600, which basically they're also like the 10 key block on your keyboard. So I need to be able to activate and deactivate numlock, which you can't on boards like these, but mainly because they're like, you don't have 10 keys, why do you need numlock? But there are some software solutions which basically change the registry so that, for example, if you press like the right Windows key, then it just does something else, which is nice. So you can customize the small keyboards a bit. Yeah, but so far I think it's quite a success. I think it isn't hard to do it per se, but it's quite tedious. You need to do a lot of research to not buy the wrong stuff. But maybe in the future, when there are more people getting into the hobby, then uh, there is quite a lot of cool stuff out there to buy if you want, like different keycaps and stuff like that. But they're mostly organized in so-called group buys, which is basically like pre-ordering. And as soon as they hit like a certificate number of orders, then they go to the Chinese man and say, "Hey, please make 1,000 pieces of those keycaps," and then they do it. I mean, it's honestly quite cheap. I think I saw some on on Alibaba for like $4 or $5 a keycap set, but you had to order like 1,000 of them, and that's like with probably a layout they already use. So if you have a special layout like French one or a Swiss one you would like to print, then you're probably gonna need to buy more. I did I did think about doing a special print for Swiss layout pulling keys, but it's like you have to put in like 7 to 10,000 Swiss francs in advance, and then you get like 1,500 sets, and I don't think that the market is that quite big in Switzerland, to be honest. Of course, I could sell them like for $80 a set. Then I would only need to sell like hundreds of them. But yeah, it just doesn't feel fair. Like my father always said, if you want to make money by selling stuff, then you basically can't have a consciousness. Because then you need to be like, okay, I'm gonna sell you this tool for $80, which I produce for like $4 in China. It's quite saturated. Hmm. Let's see, how many can I get on this? 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 30 on one platform. So that means I'm probably gonna need to I must say I was really skeptical when I saw the Switch opener online. It's really so minimalistic for a tool. I was like, when I first saw it, I was like, where's the other half? How does this work? That's quite easy. I mean, basically, it just goes under those tabs on the side. Just separates the top layer. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone knows like where I could get some Swiss German layout putting keycaps, and hook me up. I would like to get some. There are also like some really nice painted ones, like where we have a motif which go over some keys. Those are also like really good looking. But I like 99% of them are like ANSI layout. So with the American enter key. So we can't use them. To be honest, once you can type without looking on your keyboard, does it really matter what kind of layout you have? Not really. And this reminds me kind of on the old days, like old games, like from the 90s or so. It was like the layout of the keys wasn't like software based, it was like programmed into the game. So even if you had a Swiss layout and Windows would recognize it as Swiss layout, you still had like to press Y when you needed Z or something like that. It's just really like in those old DOS games like Goblin 3 or Indiana Jones. Point and click. And it's pretty funny that there are some stories behind some keyboard layouts. Like I did hear, I once read somewhere like the French had a layout which basically nobody wanted to use. And there were even some, there was one letter in the French alphabet which the keyboard couldn't do. You had to use Alt and numblock to write this letter. It's like crazy. Like it's a fucking French keyboard. It should do it. But yeah. So let's see. Let's not overdo it. What a tedious work, man. I see why a lot of those keyboard YouTube videos are always doing like a supercut when Lubing, switching the switches on the keyboard. That was quite a bit there. I'm quite wondering how it will turn out. It's really gonna make a difference. I think like if I'm when I put it back together and really like just from memory can hear a difference, then it's gonna be worth it, I guess. But if I need to like cut together the video and look at them side by side and listening and then like be like, oh yes, there is quite a bit less bling in it. I'm not sure if it really is worth the effort. And I mean, I think it also depends on your use case of a keyboard. I mean, if you mostly like writing 3-sentence emails and only do like a casual ruffle and lull and Lamau in game chat, and it doesn't matter. If you're like an author or if you need to write a lot on the PC, then yeah, I can see it that it's worthwhile to do it. I do have a nephew who lately installed a keyboard on his PS4, keyboard and mouse to play Fortnite. Yes, I know, PC Master Race. But he was also like, first, his mother got him like just a standard Logitech wireless keyboard. And he was like, "Oh, I don't want a work keyboard. I want a gamer keyboard." I was like, "Dude, what the fuck?" So I gave him I had an old Logitech hybrid keyboard. So basically, a membrane keyboard, which does have quite a sound to it. I don't know how they do it. but it feels so strange. It's basically just, I don't know. I mean, it was pretty pricey when I bought it. It was like 80 bucks or something like that. For like basically a fake mechanical keyboard, which at the time didn't even have like single single LED on every key. It was like 3 blocks of of lightning which you could program. It was quite a cheap keyboard, to be honest, but yeah, so I gave it to him, and now he's happy because he now has a gamer keyboard. So, that's really, it's always funny to watch, like when you go to an electronic stores, and like sometimes you see a kid with his mom, and he tries to convince the mom to buy the $200 gaming keyboard because it's gonna make him better in Minecraft. It's like that's so awesome. Yeah. So now try to just put on a little bit on each rail, and then after that go over it and distribute it so that I basically won't go in with like a full brush. Brush? It's a brush? Yeah. Comes near, comes near. So let's see. Now we have the rails, so let's do the head or whatever you call it. I don't know. And once again the same. Put a little bit on anything. So yeah, there are quite some janky mods to keyboards. I'm also like very reluctant to tape the PCB. I mean, it's basically just painter's tape they use. And honestly, like, I once used painter's tape for like labeling cables in my PC. So, oh, god damn it, man. Like after a year or two, if they usually get a bit warm in the PC, it's so slimy and quite a pain in the ass to remove. So I'm not really a fan of using painter's tape on electronics. But I guess I mean the idea isn't that you're gonna like remove it, so it could be fine. I think that's quite a lot. I think if the brush stuck to it, then it's probably gonna be too much. I think like some people are quite good doing such fine work. I don't feel like I'm one of them. I'm trying my best, so let's see how it turns out. I wonder how I'm gonna clean the brushes afterwards. Like, do I need to wash them? I mean, like, even if, like, with what? I think water won't be a good idea. And then a detergent like soap or whatever. Probably gonna leave some residue in there, which your lube won't pretty much be happy. I need to look that up. Possibly just brushing it over some paper, toilet paper or whatever till it's mostly dry, and then you just can leave it. I guess. But yeah, probably someone in the comments will tell me how to. So now let's see, put in the springs. Maybe a few droplets more. Okay, it's quite full. I should a bit hydrate. That's good. Fresh water. So let's see. Quite a bunch. And there it flies off. Okay, so I need to be careful. I'm probably gonna need to use a bigger bag to stop them from clinging into each other that quickly. So where was the one? Here. Come here. Stop rolling away. How the hell? It's like four or five. Whoa, okay. There they fly. Off to freedom. I tried to use the tweezers. What's the thinking? It's much better to just use the hands. if they get a bit oily. Much quicker. Dum, 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 dum. So now let's see how long. 2.5 hours. Not bad. That's quite a bit. Oh, this reminds me. I also tried to find like an old IBM M keyboard. Some sites really go the extra mile in restoring them. Like sorting them even for the year they were built. So you could basically find an M model keyboard which has the same birthday as you, basically. Like some specific dates are quite hard to get. Of course, I mean you need to be in the range of like from early 80s to like the 90s. Can have luck to find some. I found this one page, like a guy who like buys them wholesale and then starts categorizing them, cleaning them, basically like preserving them, and you can find any he ever restored, sold, bought, you can find on his homepage. That's, that's some commitment right there. But it's also not cheap, and you're like basically the same at like $200 or so for a keyboard. Which then isn't even a new one. And now that I'm putting on the hat, I'm thinking about how it maybe would be better if I first would put on the film. But then again, I'm like, oh, fuck it. Probably gonna use them on the Celius switches, not on the blues. And it also feels like very strange to like order some stickers from China, which basically are flown to you in like 2 weeks. It's so crazy if you think about it. And for basically nothing. Like if you order in China something, you basically like ordering a $5 gadget, pay like $1 postage. It's like what? If I want to send something like from Switzerland to Germany, I'm like going to pay $40 or something like that. It's like, fuck you. Hmm. Yeah, feels good. Don't think I overlooped it. I'm not really sure about looping those clicky ones. There must be something I may be overlooking. Or if I need to use like even less loop. Yeah. Yeah. And I put them in all wrong. But that's okay. We're here to learn. At least I think so. Oh, come on, fuck it. Okay. I'm really wondering if you can like put them in wrong, if that even is possible. Knowing me, it probably is pretty much possible. Next step. So let's see. Ooh. It's getting quite hot these days. At least here in Switzerland. I don't know if it's as well quite warm. I feel like we should still be in winter. That's a problem. I should. Normally it's fine when I open up the window, since I'm streaming and my room is basically facing the street. The two trams and the bus are driving. It's not that a good idea to open up the window while streaming. I think I could have done that better. But, well. Fingers getting slippy. I'm really like asking myself, like, you can buy switches who are already pre-lubed, and I'm asking me like myself, the consequence means that there is like some dude sitting in a room 12 hours a day just fucking lubing switches. God damn it, man. That can't be worth it. I really feel like the effort I'm putting in right now is like something only 99% of all users ever gonna recognize, like realize. But to be honest, like a few people said to me, like, before you go and buy switches or keyboards or whatever, just try to find somebody who's like really into the hobby, has like 8 different keyboards at home. Just go and start feeling it. Just go and see and maybe bring your own. Try to compare and then decide for yourself if it's worth it or not. And as every hobby, there's no top. So as far as I saw it, it's like pretty easy to like, use $1,000 on a keyboard. But it's really not something you need when you're like not even using it more than 3 hours a day. I have to say there are quite a few uh, thin membrane keyboards, which is fine, not bad. I really do think that like a modded keyboard isn't so much about like a better experience, but a big part is like just I'm not a peasant. Oh, I'm not like those. I have panda switches. And I loop them with fairy tears. And as always, it's like when you have a hobby like that, there's always a tax coming with it. It's like with gaming. If you buy a keyboard and you pay like $10, if you buy a gaming keyboard, then it's gotta be $20. Even if it's like basically the same. gaming SSD. Shall I just normal SSDs? Oh, yeah. Shit manufacturers say. Let's see. So, last one of the batch. How long was that? Like an hour for 30 switches? Like, fuck off. I'm gonna be here forever. And ever. Somebody save me. Let's go to the next batch. If I put them in that way, it should be easier. Afterwards. Let's try to. Come on, stay. Oh. Yeah, that's gonna be the program for the next 2 hours. I'm maybe gonna do a cut of this stream, dance it down to like 10 minutes. To be honest, this isn't even like the best part of it all. Real fuck up comes then. Wait. Did I lose a spring? Oh, here it is. That must be absolutely nightmare. Like, lose a spring? That must suck. God damn it. Come here. Just get in there. Yeah, I really don't know what else I should talk about. Like this fucking copyright strikes and whatever on YouTube wouldn't be like such a pain in the ass. Could at least like watch some anime meanwhile, or movie or whatever. But listen to the audiobook. Hey, but I mean, if you're watching this, and say to yourself like, "Fuck that shit. I'm not gonna do that." I'm glad I was able to help you to come to this conclusion. Or maybe, if you know me, and you're like, "Fuck that. I'm not gonna do that." But if you want to do it for me, hit me up. So now, after some while, I need to say, opening the switches by itself doesn't really kill your fingertips. Like putting it in here, it's like, ah, that stinks. And think of it, that the key 6 is like without a throw. So maybe like how many? Like 80 keys. And if I'm gonna do the key 8 later, which is a 10 key less, which comes to about 108 fucking switches. I'm really starting questioning myself right now. But I think that's part of the hobby. That's part of the fun. And then you have those fucking bent pins. It's gonna be another pain in the ass. Like when I switched from the blue to the black switches, like getting it out was okay. Putting it back in, oh, god damn it. Let me tell you, hot swappable doesn't mean easy swappable. These pins here on the bottom, they bend right quite easily. So if it isn't really aligned, you can't really tell from pressing it in if it bends or not. Because even if it is perfectly aligned, you need to quite push them in. So if they aren't aligned, you can't really feel the difference. So after you put them all in, you basically have to open the program, or there's probably going to be some homepage which can do that, where you can like test all your switches. I did it basically with the RGB effects, because the Keychron has some effects which, let me see if I can find it right quick. Yeah, where like the keys are lighting up. You see that? So if it doesn't do that effect, then you know that you bent the pins. Get them out and start all over again. I mean, at least for that one switch. You don't need to like pull out all of them. I guarantee you people would start killing themselves. Like fuck up one switch, change them all again. This hobby wouldn't exist. I start to see light at the end of the tunnel. It seems to come to an end. Somebody came flying. Oh, and before you're wondering, I basically came into the hobby. I started like, what was like the first video? I think like it was a video from Glarsus, where he bought the PewDiePie keyboard. I think that was like one of the first I watched, like about mechanical keyboards. Yeah, it's quite funny videos. I hope he continues the video series, where he basically like goes to people and build boards with them. That's quite funny. Oh, maybe you have some recommendations for other channels. I also watched one or two from Tech. But I guess it's like every other YouTube video or genre. Like when you start watching one, you won't be able to miss the other ones. Like if you watch Paul's Hardware, then you basically, I guess, to a high percentage, probably also watching like Linus Tech Tips, or Gamers Nexus, or Bitwit. But yeah, it is what it is. But I have to say, I probably won't stream the T8 when I'm on it. It's probably just like it won't be fun watching somebody taking apart and lubing 100 switches. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, it's already like 5 o'clock here. And I lost the spring. Where is it? Here. Oop, again. How many left? 5, 6. Could it be 6? 66? Shouldn't it be like 86? Did I miss one? We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it at the end. Oh no, wait, I already looped 2 or 3. Yeah, should be okay. Should be the right number. So let's see. A small drop everywhere. Oh man, it starts getting quite dark already. need to be more careful. I think I just used a bit much. So maybe I'm just gonna do the other sides that way. Picking it up a little bit, transferring it. Yeah, I wish I could tell a bit more. But honestly, I don't know what I should tell right now. It's just such a repetitive, boring work. I really don't know if I should just stop streaming, do like a second part later when I'm finished. But then again, I'm like halfway through, so it would be pity to stop right now. Yes. Quite like the backing soundtrack. It's the Epos Vox playlist, which he promoted like, was it half a year ago? Something like that. His metal playlist. I mean, it's probably not music that you're like actively listening to it, so I would call it like better quality lift music, elevator music. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting stuck in an elevator when that's the kind of sound that would be playing. Let's turn on the light. Probably gonna be better. Ooh. Now everything is yellow. Nice. So, I think I'm now entering a phase which I always had, like, when I was building a model plane or something like that. Like halfway through, when you start to get impatient, just want to get finished. It's quite a risky stance to take. I think it's mostly then when you're gonna make a lot of mistakes. Start talking about your passwords. No, I won't tell it to you. So now let's see. Put the bit on everything. Put a little bit on knees, but start to think like a crazy man. I'm really starting questioning my choices in life right now. Like, what do you do when you have something like that? Is it really fun? Or is it just a bad idea to stream something like this? I probably think it's just a mistake. But I'm already in it, so. But I have to say, like, when the package arrived and I first saw like the small bottles, I was like, okay, that's really not much. But I think those go a long way. So now let's see, second batch. Much quicker than the first one, I would say. But the question is it possible because I got impatient or because I got used to it? That's the question here. I guess it's both. Maybe. If it works the way I think it should work. Reassembling them should be quite quick. Should be. And yes, Google, I'm still listening to the music, so please continue. Wait, those are twos. Those are two. Oop. So it is quite finicky work here. I shouldn't have pulled that much out of the bag. Oh, wait. This is three? Oh, god damn it. Come on. Come on, you sucker. Get on there. It's starting getting a bit more efficient. At least I think so. So, three left. So now Does it work as I think it should? Yes. Nice. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Back on it. Good. Yeah, it's quite finicky. Let's see. But at least I can now. Come on. Get in there. Ooh, quite satisfying. You have, after a while, you're probably gonna get quite used to it. Start developing your own system how to do it. And once you have it, I really get the feeling that I'm driving over mountains with my feelings. In one moment you're like, oh fuck that shit, I want out. And the next moment you think like, yes, let's do this. Up and down and up and down. Anybody is watching thing through, goddamn, you must be a crazy one. See that? That's what I mean. Like that. That. One after another. Click, 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 click. That is nice. Should be correct. Yeah, fits alright. And then that felt nice. That was like getting somewhere. I just found the missing spring from that switch here. So let's do the rest, and then hope we're never gonna do it again until tomorrow. God damn it. Why did I want us to do that? Here, so. But I honestly think like this hobby really saves you the trip. It's like when you're doing this like for 3 hours straight, you're gonna be at some space, man. Let's see. Last batch. Come on. Let's go. No strokes. So I really do wonder if like what's the longevity of it? Like if after a year it starts like drying up and then it gets even worse than when you didn't loop them. Have to do it again. Or if it's gonna hold like for basically as long as you're gonna have the keyboard. That is a really good question. And last one. God damn it. I'm really wondering if I gonna have the stamina to do the other keyboard tomorrow, or if I'm gonna need like a week break. Damn it, that's some work. So now let's clean up the place a bit. Put that back over here. And let's see. So a little bit of knowledge for those who want it regarding the PCP. You have some differences for like these are north mounted diodes, so they're basically on top. There are south mounted diodes. They're on the bottom. Usually what I heard is that like on the south mounted are better for lightning. However, I mean, I think it's mostly because of like the switches have like a slit here, so it goes in like this. So if it's south mounted, it should basically like let more light through it. But yeah, guess so. No, wait there. Oh, wait there. Okay. So basically, they're not different switches. They're just different in the way you put them in. Huh. Okay, good to know. I thought that they're gonna be different, like from the way they're made, if it's like north or south, but I think it's basically gonna be the same. It's just gonna be Turn around. Sure. Okay, forget whatever I said. I'm an absolute noob. I don't know anything about keyboard modding, so if you want some real guides, then maybe go to Click Switches or whoever there is. Tire types or somebody like that. So basically we now just put them on here and hope then that when we push them in that we don't bend the pins. Ooh, that one went in like really easy. It was like almost scary easy. So basically what I like to do come on. Like what the fuck? Okay. Why don't you go in? Ah, okay. The top wasn't on. That was a problem. Now it should go in. Yes. Yeah, basically. Should be fine at the end. Should be fine. Oh, doesn't feel good. Okay. Also the same problem that it wasn't on quite right. Too. Come on. Just go in there. As I said, try to be gentle. Don't bend the pins. I'm gonna see how many I bent. have to say, these blue Keychron go in quite more easily than the black ones. I don't know why. Oh, that didn't feel good. Yeah, that's what I meant. Let me see. Where do I have here? So I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it there? How the tip is bent. So I use a vise, a flat vise basically. Just straightened it out. You can do it quite often. I don't feel like it's damaging them so much. Oh yes, and also what you can look at, if you see like a PCB, if it has 5 or 3 legs. So basically you can see that it has one big hole in the middle, 2 small ones, and the 2 pin connectors. And the Keychron's one here basically only have the big one in the middle. So sometimes the switches come with 3 legs, 3 plastic legs, but the board only has 1. So then what you can do is just clip them off. I mean, it's just plastic, it doesn't matter. But it's nice to know that when you have a board that has 5 on them, basically also so the 3 plastic ones in the middle, then you know that you just have a wider variety of switches that basically can fit the board. I'm not really sure if the Celius ones are 503. Let me see. Maybe I can show what you mean. Yeah, you can see it here. I mean, I don't know if the camera gonna pick it up very well. Yeah, but see, there's a big one in the middle, and there's 2 small ones on the side. So it's basically like a 5-leg switch. Yeah. And it's also interesting, like the keyboard modding hobby per se, like really started to flourish when the original switches, like the form, the function of those switches, those were Cherry switches. Cherry is it's a pretty old company. I mean, not that old. I think, like, when did Cherry start? In the 70s, 80s? Something like that. And they basically invented this form of switches. And they had a patent on it. So a lot of companies were restricted in supporting modding hardware. But now that the patents are basically expired, now everybody who wants to do MX switches can do them. And so basically that means go for it and make your own. which the Chinese manufacturers, of course, you didn't have to tell them twice. Okay. It didn't feel right. Something just doesn't feel right with this one. Okay, now it. I really have to check, like, when you sample them together again, that the pins are really locked in, like here. Now let's see. Should have the perfect amount of glue switches for this keyboard, since I basically pulled them out of this board. But maybe some of them got lost. Sometimes you can bend the pins back just with your bare hands. But if just the tip is bent, so then it's better to use a vise. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. But I must say, these original switches, this basically came with the board. They're much easier to put in than the Keychron Blacks I ordered online. Seems like I'm gonna be missing. Ooh, that didn't feel right. That one's probably not gonna work. But we're gonna see. Yeah, I'm missing one blue switch. Don't ask me where it is. I don't have a clue. But since it's only one missing, I'm probably gonna switch out the top one. Since the top one now let's see. Do I really don't have it here? Or did I just overlook it? Look. Yes, really looks like it. That's pity. No, that's a black one too. Probably gonna survive that. That's okay. Since I did have. Ah, here it is. Now, did I loop this one or not? People who watch the video will probably gonna be able to say if I looped it or not, but I don't care. If it's just one switch that wasn't looped, I don't give a flying fuck. So now let's get this in here. Since so now let's see. Do we find? Ooh. Okay. Just started spamming the 9. Doesn't feel very good. Key tester. Oh. It's like keyboard for pros without. Keyboard test online. Here. Yeah, perfect. That's what I want. So, escape. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh. Ooh, that doesn't feel good. Ooh. Ooh. That one really doesn't feel good. Did I put it wrong? Yeah, it looks like this one was put in wrong. No, that feels better. See, that's why I always test the switches. And now it does work. Yes. Lightning mode button, which obviously works. Yeah, really looks like everything is working like it should. And one. Find the key. Okay. How do I do that? Let me see. What you also can do. Yeah, see? That light mode lights up when the key press is registered. So basically, you can do this without any software tool or whatever. See this one? Doesn't light up. That's probably gonna be a bent pin. Ooh, this one is also heavy. That one also don't feel right. So this one here, and which one did we say? This one, huh? Let's see. And you see, bent pin. But as I said, with a vise, you should be able to like unbend it. Just like that. Now let's put it back in. Now it does work. And here, this one I need to take apart. What is the problem here? Okay. Okay, now that works. Just switch the mode. Let's go back to the mode. As you can see, every key lights up. Perfect. So now I can put it back together. And now basically we start putting in the keys again and try to remember which key was where, which can be quite hard sometimes. But honestly, like, shouldn't be that hard. Shouldn't. Since we all know which key go where. No, that's somehow too big. That's probably the shift key here. That's tab, of course. The most useless key ever in any keyboard. Then we have Alt. First Windows key. So sometimes if you like really fuck up and don't know which key to put in where, normally the rows on the keyboard have different shapes on the keys. So sometimes you can determine it by that. Don't look at these are wrong, I know. But That's how I set them up. I think this was an FN key here, because this keyboard has two FN keys. It's a shift key. I think this was the J. Q, obviously. D. Chord, yeah, that should be right. Arrow keys, most likely very easy. Ooh, I somehow like it. There's an arrow key again. So now let me do the ones I know. The most important key. An arrow key. Somewhere there should be the lightning key, which I probably used with another one, I guess. Like the home key could be. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3. So now you have. I need to put in Y here because this is an English layout, so it's gonna be different. Or is it? Is it? Which one wasn't where? Yeah, the C one. It's where we is. So this one should be C here, right? And then we have quart. Good. No, Y is up here, right? So U H G. No, wait. That's somehow wrong. There should be place for a B. And then N, M. Where was the C again? Next to X. S0. Okay. Now comes a moment where I'm fucked. Because this is an English layout. And I don't know the English English layout? I don't know it. So now I'm basically using now I should be able to see yeah, of course. So US okay, so these are down here together with a question mark. And if the brackets should be here, plus should be here together with minus, and then this is the last one for here. Which is which? Which is which? I think you want the. I think it was something like that, but I'm not sure. But again, like if you know your layout, then it basically doesn't matter. I mean, it's also like a fun thing to do. Like if you have a keyboard, then you just switch out whatever key to whatever place you want, because you're gonna know how to type, and everybody else who comes sit at your computer is like, yeah. Oh god damn it, man. So now let's see. Let's maybe now turn the light off to see a bit more. I must say, I really like the pudding keys. I don't like it that you only have one LED basically here in the spacebar. But I think basically the enter key, we didn't mess around with the stabilizers. So that should basically be like the original stabilizers. Really makes a difference. Spacebar alone, I mean, it's still quite wobbly. Still have this metal clang to it. It's already like feels. Really does feel quite different. I mean, it could do a better job. I think it's quite basic. Like all I did was put in the Schaumstoff. God damn it, Schaumstoff. What is it in English? I want to know now. Boom. Of course, foam. Oh god damn it. I'm so stupid. Okay, so I basically just put in the foam into the bottom. I couldn't tape the PCB because I couldn't basically put it all apart because the screw was out of Chinesium and basically like said, fuck it, I'm gone. So yeah, I couldn't go through with my mod as much as I wanted. But oh, you know what's something is missing. Of course. We forgot the last step. Put on back the frame. So these were I don't know how you call it. Allen keys? I think Allen keys in England. Come on. So. Yeah, so basically the one thing we couldn't do was taping the PCB, and maybe we could have done a better job at isolating the bottom with the foam, I think. But other than that, I think it went quite well. It was okay. So, is it worth it? That's a good question. I mean, you can do it for much English, motherfucker. Do you speak it for much less? I think it's highly preferential if it is like worth it. It's like a question only you can answer. But me, for my part, yeah, it kills a day worth of work, so it has some worth. But yeah, I'm quite happy with the result. I mean, it does really sound different than before. I think stabilizers still, probably lubing alone wasn't enough. Should have done more. But yeah. Yeah, it really does feel different, feel better. So I'm gonna be excited when I do the key A. When I'm not only filling in foam in the bottom, but also like filling in this thing here, which should basically make even better acoustics. And when I'm switching out these stabilizers, the whole stabilizers, it's also going to be interesting. Yeah, really gonna I'm gonna have to see if I'm going to stream the whole thing, or if I'm just like starting to loop the switches, and then after that start the stream, because it's like really not funny to watch somebody loop switches for like 3 hours. Yeah, we will see. But here you have it. I didn't kill it, which is nice. And yeah, wish you good evening and maybe till later. Goodbye.